3 streams sports on all those screens all weekend long. I just can't decide.
You don't have to decide.
That's right. Advertise your business to the right customers, no matter what, how, or where they're watching. Spectrum Reach, one advertising partner, and done.
Max Duggan's story is one of perseverance. From backup to from setbacks to comebacks. His team has gone from believing to battling for a national title.
We mentioned that Max Duggan didn't start the season over against Colorado. J.J. McCarthy didn't either. Slightly different circumstance, although it's continuing the competition between the two. Both played extraordinarily well. Duggan in the Heisman runner-up season, more than 3,300 yards passing. He leads the nation in completion percentage of balls traveling 20 yards or more in the air. He's averaging over 10 yards per attempt when he's pressured. He's done just about everything, including carrying the team on his back, and just a valiant, heroic, warrior-like performance against Kansas State in the Big 12 championship game. I mentioned this in College Game Day this morning. It's rare you see a guy have a performance and you sort of forget that his team didn't win the game. That's how good he was, and he's planning to try to carry them against Michigan today.
And he has to be great. He's not going to be the luxury. He's not going to turn around and hand it off, and that's how they win this game. He's going to have to run the football. Max Duggan is a really, really good athlete. Like he's going to put the ball in the belly of the running back, Kentrell Miller, who's a stud, and he's going to pull it and he's going to run. Got to keep this Michigan defense off balance. Like when you think about this Michigan defense, Dennis, they haven't faced a great mobile quarterback yet, not one. So now the best is Sean Clifford, he's not a great athlete. So now they told her, Max Duggan, his running ability, how do they handle that? Because it'll be a big part of the game for him.
Yeah, I tell you what, J.J. McCarthy, now going up against a configuration that he's not used to seeing. We're talking about 3-3-5 defense with a secondary on the back end that's athletic, that's very talented, and they're going to try to confuse J.J. McCarthy. His job is going to be keep the ball out of harm's way when it goes to the passing game. Now, obviously, running the ball with Donovan Edwards, that's going to be their bread and butter. But TCU is not going to sit there and just let them run the ball. So they're going to try to force J.J. I mean, we heard Sonny Dykes. Sonny Dykes came out and said it. We want to stop the run and see if J.J. McCarthy can beat him.
All right. Welcome in, everyone. Voice of College Football's here. And it's watch party time. Watch party time. We're about 15 minutes away from kick. Hopefully everybody can hear me. Please let me know that you can hear me because I'm wanting to hear the announce, but also at the same time have a mic hooked up so you can hear me. So just let me know that we are good to go and locked in to watch college football. And yes, loud and clear. One Scoop John, appreciate you being here. Appreciate everybody who, Joey in particular, One Scoop John, and some others that I probably am not aware of getting the shout out today because it hit me yesterday. I'm going to most notably credit Uncle Rico. Uncle Rico. Hopefully you join us today because I got off the air last night after the call-in show and I saw so many people in the comments. I usually will get off the air and I'll run through the various comments, kind of look through and see if anybody's got any last words for me. And so many people had requested, as is the case every week during the college football season, and we should probably do more watch parties. But I got to tell you, you know me, completely honest, completely transparent. I love just watching the games myself. And then we do the analysis, the call-in show, the comments, all of that afterwards. But a lot of you love the watch party. So it hit me after going off the air yesterday. I thought, this is the time to do a watch party. We've got Michigan, TCU, Ohio State, Georgia. It's the college football playoffs. This is what this channel is all about. So Joey, One Scoop John in particular, thank you so much for getting the shout outs here on social media. I believe Will wants to join us. Will, what's going on? Hello, Will. Maybe he's not joining us. Maybe he's just sitting in the backstage. Okay. All is good. If you want some Iowa, Kentucky analysis, we've got that going on right now on the Iowa channel. So keep that in mind with Corey Bratta and Coach Don Patterson. And so we've got that going on right now. Iowa blasted Kentucky 21-0 in true Iowa fashion. I don't know if they gained 200 yards of total offense, but they win 21-0. The defense is phenomenal. The special teams, yeah. Iowa wins a bowl game. The Big Ten's undefeated in bowl play. I certainly cannot wait until we can have a discussion in the offseason and break it all down between the conferences, because it's sizing up as a debate. We'll see what happens with Georgia. We'll see what happens with the Big Ten in particular. I know the Pac-12's had a great year. I know that the ACC's having a great bowl season, but let's face it, it's the SEC or the Big Ten, and it's most likely still the SEC. And Uncle Rico, did you hear me off the top? You may have just joined us, Uncle Rico, but it was your comment in particular. Even though a lot of people have requested the watch parties all season, every week, I get tons of requests for watch parties and did for the playoffs. It was basically Uncle Rico that set me over the edge after I got off the air, and he said, Mark, you need to live stream all day tomorrow. You just need to live stream all day. And I thought, you know what? He's right. We should be here. We should be here live. So appreciate you being here. Let folks out there know that we are going live. It may be a little bit difficult for me to respond to questions because I've got my laptop set up and the way the configuration is here. And then we've got the recliner. So I may kick back a little bit as we get into the ball game. But Gary's here, and Joey and Marcus, Jim. And I did say that I would give my prediction, correct? I got to say that in both instances, both of these games, there is a clear favorite. Of course, there is a clear favorite in this game. And also, it's a situation where, as I explained this last night on the call-in show, I always like to figure out, how can the underdog win this game? What is the viable way that the underdog can win this game? Is there a path? What is the path? What has to happen? And I've laid that out for TCU, that I do actually think TCU may have an advantage in space, both offensively and defensively, secondary versus wide receivers. We'll see. I know Michigan has the advantage in the trenches. Yeah, that's obvious, especially on offense versus the TCU defense. But in space, I am going to be fascinated to see the Michigan wide receivers against TCU's secondary and TCU's speed in space against Michigan's secondary, and vice versa. Both of those dynamics are going to be intriguing. TCU can't just get bludgeoned up front. They can't just get bullied and leaned on, and they're not going to dominate and blow up the Michigan offensive line and make a bunch of, but they can't just get shredded for 8 yards and 12 and 6 and 4 and 15. And, you know, it's got to be, okay, a 6, but then a 2 and then a 3 and then a 2, where they're holding up. So they got to hold up against the Michigan offensive line. Don't know whether they can do this. But I do think TCU in space, both sides of the ball, both their DBs, their secondary with the Thorpe Award winner, and the rest of that secondary against the Michigan wide receivers, and the TCU speed and space on offense versus the Michigan secondary and the Max Duggan running factor that Michigan has not seen this year. That's the TCU path to victory. That said, Michigan can match them in terms of speed and space and athleticism and all of that. Michigan's got the depth. Michigan's got the size. Michigan's got the strength. Quarterback play, though, I got to say, I take Max Duggan over J.J. McCarthy until proven wrong, until proven otherwise. Not saying J.J. McCarthy's a bad quarterback. Don't misinterpret that. Max Duggan, we would have never said this before about week 8, is a top 3 or 4 quarterback in the country. So I take Duggan over McCarthy. When we add it all up, I do think this is going to be a good game, and I do think it's going to be pretty close. I think Michigan basically salts away this game in the fourth quarter. I can see a Michigan narrow lead in the fourth quarter, and then I can see Donovan Edwards run after run after run after run on a worn-out TCU defense in the fourth quarter for a 5, 6, 7-minute drive that puts the game away. Michigan 30, TCU 23. I am not going to be able to sit like this all night, that's for sure. So it will definitely be hurting. So, Shoelace Sooner, appreciate you being here. Shoelace Sooner with a shout out, both here and then also he was a guy that I definitely relied on to say, hey, I decided late to do a watch party for the college football playoffs. Can you get the word out? Please get the word out. And Shoelace Sooner, appreciate you being here. He's done so much for us as well. Hard to believe it's already playoff time. Thanks for the live stream, Mark. Everyone, show Mark some love today for what he's done all year and will continue to do. I got to tell you, of course, it's all about watching football. That's what it's all about. But I've been making a list of off-season topics, and I'm excited about conference rankings, coaches rankings, 1 through 131 rankings. There's some things going on at Florida State, Clemson, Alabama, and some other places that are going to be interesting to dive into as well. Lisa says, unfortunately, we aren't going to get our rematch in the championship game, but the ratings would be insane for that game. Lots of money would be made. Lisa, keep the faith. Keep the faith. Gregory, we appreciate you being here. Thank you so much for your kind comments. We could get to 1,000 folks. We've done that on occasion. And I know that I should have announced this a long time ago. My week was so incredibly hectic with personal things going on, both positive and negative, a little bit of both for the holiday season, that I really just, man, this was off my radar. I had, usually I'm grinding this week, bowl week, but I only worked 5 or 10 hours this week. My daughter was in town, so I was focused on that. Mom's still in the hospital, so we had all of that. Joey, appreciate you, man. This should be a fun time. If there's any way, I'm not an expert on the watch party. So I may shut up from time to time because obviously I want to take in the plays. And I set up the mic this way because I want you guys to be able to hear me, but I want to hear the announce because Blackledge is doing the game with Sean McDonough. They are first rate. I did note on Twitter earlier as we get a pick in coming from Mark. Mark, we always appreciate you being here. Mark with the C, 48-33, 48-23. A lot of points on the board. So Michigan puts up an extra field goal on TCU versus the Ohio State game. Yes, Rob, family always first, of course. And maybe the only reason I'm really freed up today is because my brother's in town. So thanks to he and his wife, they're in town. They can deal with some things for a few days as well. Daniel, if I jump out of this chair, it's going to be a viral moment because it would all collapse because I've got a recliner. I'm on a recliner. It's actually a massage chair recliner. And I've got a table that's so close to the recliner. And then I've got a piano bench with all of this stacked up with books and then the laptop here. So if I jump up, it's all flying across the room. But I wanted to set this up. So I've got the 50-inch right in front of me. I have figured out that if I sit on top of the TV, I get so much more out of it. The viewing experience that the couch is way on the other side of the room. It's far away from the TV. And even though it's 50, 55 inches, something in that range, I miss a lot. If I'm right on top of the TV, man, I can see the game so much better. We are simulcasting right now on both the main channel and the Michigan channel. I think it is so awesome, amazing, and funny at the same time that we've got such a strong Michigan contingent on our channel, which I love. The thing I hate is that it's out there that I'm an Ohio State fan, because for those of you who have been around for more than a year, you would not have believed that years ago, 5 years ago, even like 2 years ago, hardly anybody knew I was an Ohio State fan. Hardly anybody. Didn't know, couldn't figure it out. I'd have all sorts of guesses. People would be guessing all sorts of SEC teams. I'd have all sorts of people, Ohio State fans, thinking I was like a Buckeye hater. It was fun. I shouldn't have let that out so easily, the cat out of the bag so easily. Yes, I was hiding. I didn't try that hard. I would tell people if they asked me, I told them, but most people just wouldn't ask me. I'd see comments in the chat that would say, "Who does Mark root for?" And I'd see people say, "I don't know," or they'd say, I think he roots for Georgia or somebody." I would see all sorts of responses, but hardly anybody would ever ask me. And even if I told them, and I would, if somebody asked me, if somebody called, and I'd say Ohio State, but it didn't seem to like get out all over. And then the dam broke, and there it is. Yeah, it was funny, John, because part of me thought, do people just actually think I just love watching college football and I don't root for anyone? But it seemed that way. Oh, man, this is going to kill me. I got to find my phone. Let me grab my phone and look at the comments. This will be so much better. I can see the comments so much better on my phone.
But as they grew older, opinions widened, conversations became heated, and reunions became uncomfortable. Eventually, gatherings stopped because each had to be right.
So our big simulcast for the playoff game is going to be here and on the Michigan channel for the first game. Then we're going to shut down. So there's going to be, 30, 45 minutes between games. So about halfway between both games, shut down here. We'll restart the stream with the Ohio State game on the Ohio State channel. And then we've got a post-game stream. You guys don't care about that stuff. Here we go. Now I can see some comments here. Maybe I shouldn't have put my contacts in. It's hard to read. I've not been wearing my contacts for a long time. And man, it is so hard. Like, it's easy to see everything, but the screen here, ridiculously tough to see. Oh, man, we're ready to kick off. This is beautiful. Here we go. Love this. We're finally here. Love it. And Steven's got to pick Michigan 38-28. Thanks, Greg. All right, here we go. JJ McCarthy. Oh, oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah, like that. That's what TCU's been worried about. That's what everybody's been talking about for a month. Michigan's offensive line and then Donovan Edwards. Okay, there he goes. Come on, let's have a good game at least here. Man, I hate saying that after one play, but wow. Shoelace. I'll match up to $100 in super chats. Come on, guys. Show Mark some love. He's given us a ton of content all year. Happy New Year, everyone. Shoelace, thank you so much for that. And a great bowl effort by the Sooners, by the way. Oh, okay. I love this Colton Loveland. He can play. I didn't know anything about him until about 4 games left in the season. Oh, man. Why don't you run the ball the next play? After you just did that, why don't you run the ball again? Really? You know? Why don't you run the ball again? Keep running the ball. I wouldn't stop running the ball until I had to. Yeah, just keep running the ball. Okay. All right. TCU in the box. Okay. All right. I got to get comfy here. Here we go. Nice throw. Way too much time. Roman Wilson got a little dinged up on that. That's not going to be good, but I'm sure he's fine. He looks like he's fine. Just something rolled up. I don't know what happened there. Yeah. I don't know who was covering for TCU, but wow. When you've got speed, those crossing routes are tough. Okay. 1st and goal. They've held up a couple plays here. But man, Donovan Edwards is impressive. And think he did not and still doesn't, it appear that now that cast looks to be a little bit smaller than it was. One scoop could probably let us know for sure. The cast that he had on Donovan Edwards against Ohio State looked like it was a club. Okay. They are holding up against the run, at least the last 4 runs after the big burst. But man, Donovan Edwards looks like he had a club against Ohio State. Looks like he still probably can't catch the ball. And that, man, he is an exceptional pass receiver out of the backfield. John, appreciate you being here. I'm with Shoelace. Let's all thank Mark for a great year of content. Go Blue. Ugh, did I say that? And Happy New Year. I have no rooting interest in this game. I really don't. It's kind of strange. But I'm sure my emotions are going to take me one way or the other during this game. I'm going to start to pull for somebody for some reason. Okay. Mullins got a carry there. Okay. College football playoffs. Man, this is good. Man, let's see some good games here. Those 2 games at noon were awful. Oh, JJ doing his Shea Patterson, Fran Tarkenton, Russell Wilson. TCU's defense just found out how fast JJ McCarthy is. They are going to take different angles. If they know what they're doing, they're going to take different. Yeah, they didn't really have. They had the wrong players at the end of that run chasing him to the sideline. They had Big 95 and Big 52. They had the wrong players chasing him. That didn't have the, couldn't even, it didn't even matter what the angle was. I thought at first that those were their outside linebacker guys. Oh, this is going to be good. We got a 4th and goal. John, thank you so much for that. Appreciate that. Yes, Mahomes. Sorry for the old references. I'm old. I always go to Fran Tarkenton on those. That's the default. He is the scrambler of all time. If you don't know, go to YouTube. Check it out. Not tonight. We're going to watch the game, but Fran Tarkenton, Russell Wilson, yeah, Pat Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes, my goodness, he pulls out some play. I haven't even watched much of the NFL this year, and I've seen him make some ridiculous games. Will looking for a good game. Will still riding on a high. Aren't you, Will? That was a hell of a game. Notre Dame, South Carolina, that was phenomenal. That was a great game. Loved it. I love to see teams bounce back, too. Tyler Buckner throws the pick 6. They're about to go up 2 scores. Bounces right back. You should be, Will. Hate all this talk about bowl games that don't matter. Yeah, they do. Absolutely. We were all watching that game. I bet that game did a great rating. Guarantee it. Daniel, thank you so much for being here. Would beating Georgia later on be a bigger upset than Ohio State beating 0-2 Miami or 14 Bama? Well, by point spread, no. So we know that, not by the point spread, because the Bama spread was, I believe, 10, and the Miami spread was 13 or 14. It would not be a bigger upset. However, those two teams were playing well. Now, is Ohio State, are they playing well? Well, the perception is that they're not playing well. So this isn't baseball or basketball where we can say, oh, well, they just got swept their last series, so they're not playing well. Or they've lost 7 of 10. They're not playing well going into the NCAA basketball tournament. But in football, like one game sets such a big narrative that Ohio State was playing pretty darn well going into the Michigan game. I know the Maryland game was a little uneven and they struggled until they put it away. But they were playing well. And then the Michigan game is just letting everyone know, okay, Ohio State's not playing well. Those two teams in 0-2 and 14, they were playing well. They were on a roll. This team's not. The Miami upset, that was a huge upset. That was the biggest of the three. You're talking about an all-time team that they were playing. Throw the ball. Every time somebody runs a play like that, especially they came out of a timeout, the message to the thrower of the football has to be throw the football. It's 4th down. The chances of them making this a pick 6 are like 1 in 100. So throw the ball. You have to throw the ball. Like McCarthy. So the TCU defense really showed us something. They really had one horrific play. So they showed us something in this series. little too cute. First bad coaching decision by Michigan. Little too cute. Why are we getting cute? We're physical. Why are we getting cute? Identity here, people. What's your identity? Here we go. Okay. These are the kind of give up plays I don't understand. So Duggan, either he just made a horrible throw, but it looked like he was just kind of like, well, I'm going to throw it where nobody can get it. If anybody can get it, my guy can, but I'm basically throwing it out of bounds. But he still had time in the pocket. Kendre Miller. Michigan fans are going to find out about Kendre Miller in this game. A lot of people are going to find out about him. Take the points. Nice play, Will Johnson. Okay, it turned out okay. That was a bad punt. But he got about 10 added. So TCU survives the Donovan Edwards run. Michigan's got a first and goal at the 7? Not good. Not good. Eric, what happened to Kentucky? What happened to Kentucky? I tweeted this out earlier that was, in hindsight, a dumb pick that I made. I make, 10 of those a year, something in that range. That's kind of like Kentucky's missing their best players. Iowa's missing some of their best players. Who's going to win this game? Those two teams, if they were at full strength, would split a 10-game series. But Will Levis is so much better than Spencer Petras. Iowa missing their starting quarterback actually turned out to be maybe a plus, as opposed to Will Levis is going to be an NFL quarterback. And they've got one of the best rushers in the SEC, missing him. And Iowa's defense didn't miss a whole lot from a personnel standpoint. Maybe it missed 2 players, Jensen and somebody else. I didn't think that Cooper DeJean was going to be playing in this game. So, yeah. Oh, got somebody spamming. Let's go look at this knucklehead.
Just in time for those New Year's resolutions, huh?
College football playoff semifinal at the Fiesta Bowl.
Oh, I bet we're looking at some 1938 TCU footage here. That's what I'm guessing. Yeah, what do we have from these people here? Somebody's spamming. I'm not seeing any spam. Oh, somebody's got like some kind of game day live stream. Yep. Thanks, Joey. All right. Oh, oh my goodness. Ooh-wee. I like that TCU team in space. Beautiful. Poorly thrown ball. Maybe a little bit lazy on the route. I'd have to see it again. I don't think so. Basically just an underthrown ball and a really good play by the DB. Who was that? It's only 4 picks for JJ this year. Wow. That was okay. In terms of key factors in this game, chalk that one up. Talked about that one. TCU secondary.
So a couple of things out of character early for Michigan. A trick play. Right on 4th down.
Crap. Okay. Now he's got to go right back out there. Has this game flipped? Just very early here. First play of the game, Donovan Edwards goes for 60 yards. And since then, nice hit. Yeah, Harry hopped him. Woo! Watch this. I've not been impressed with Michigan's receiving core this entire season. Oh, hit him right in the helmet. Roman Wilson is not on the field. He's in the locker room, they just said. How much has Michigan been behind this year? They were down 7 to Ohio State, I think 10-3. They were down to Penn State 16-14, early third quarter. I just said that TCU's wide receiver core is going to be a challenge.
So innocent and wrong. Somebody did beat that. Spoiler alert, it was Spectre Mobile. Same handsome guy. Even better offer. Because now every unlimited line is just $29.
Probably done? Do we know that?
Well, he was really moving. So pass by.
Yes. What is the point of the whole punt formation by Michigan? What does that do? What are they doing there with the punter offset and then he jumps back behind center?
Get ready for more questions, more connections, and more advertising solutions. This year, we're connecting businesses with the right audiences on the game show that helps your business grow. Delivering Connections, brought to you by
Raging Trojan. From the TCU coaching staff, all bowl prep long. I'm telling my team it's not if McCarthy makes a mistake, it's when. Well, I don't really know that he's made those kind of mistakes. That's got to be his first pick 6 of the year. He only had 3 interceptions. TCU's feeling it a little bit. It's early, very early. Appreciate everybody being here. Hope you're having a good time. I know Michigan fans, you're not so far. Just getting going. Yes, it is early. True that, Tide guy. True. Oh, free play. Free play. Let her fly. Now you got the first down. There is our first Max Duggan scramble. There it is. Michael, congratulations on the big win against NC State. Terps. Yeah, this is their spot on the field to take some shots before they get in the red zone here. Oh man. True freshman. Big third down. How about TCU's offensive line? They got no love in the last month. They're doing the job. Ooh. McGregor undercut that throw and almost picked it off. Yeah, it wasn't that close. See, tackling in space. Knew that was going to be tough for Michigan. Tackling in space against these TCU speedsters. This might be the fastest team in the country. Michael telling us the SEC has 12 non-conference top 5 wins since the college football playoff started. Is that in the college football playoff? Yeah, that would be in the college football playoff. Bama 8, LSU, Georgia 8, 2. Ohio State is the only Big Ten team with 2. Both Big Ten teams lose tonight. Yeah, they could. Yeah, the SEC run during the college football playoff era, and even before that, of course. Obvious. It's obvious. It's not close. Thank you, One Scoop John. Appreciate that. Good job. I didn't cheat. I didn't see your comment. I do remember that game. Okay, Charles. Charles, we love you, Charles. Appreciate you being here. Clearly the better team. 1 quarter of football. 1 quarter of football. You might be right. I'm not saying you're not right. I'm saying, how much football have we watched? You know? Joey, did you know that? Or you're just repeating John? You didn't know that. You're a West Virginia guy. McD's here. Good to see McD. Dave E's here. Dave has not called me in a long time. I see in the chat all the time, but Dave has not called to argue with me in a long time. Dave used to always love to call in and argue with me. Oh, look at this here. Oh, this is just this season. Yeah. We knew that. We knew that. Yes, blank name. Run your offense. Be who you are. Yeah, you can throw some wrinkles in there. Of course. Give them something else to see, but ooh. Now, we'll see if Michigan's line is wearing on them in the fourth quarter, but for right now, Uncle Rico either talking about 2015 or talking about 19. I don't know which one. Oh, three wins in the, yeah, well, they got ripped off once. Look at that. D. Winters. A lot of people don't know who these guys are, but man, they've got 3 Hodges. They got a Hodge and a Hodges and another Hodges on the same defense. And this D. Winters is, these dudes are fast. Okay. Dead on money, 14-3. Michigan fans there in the front row, they're feeling good. They're okay. They're all right. We see you. Michigan's college football playoff point differential is now 48-14. Just thought I'd throw it out there. These Georgia fans, man, they are tough to deal with. Oh, Uncle Rico. Uncle Rico. No, they had 2 and 14 and 1 in 2020. 3 wins. Yes, you're right. I thought you meant like they should have had another win. The Clemson game. Yeah, they beat Clemson in 2020. So yes, whoever posted the SEC tote board of top 5 wins, you ripped off Ohio State. Charles is telling us that Donovan Edwards is not a great back, but he believes that he is. I don't know if Charles has had conversations with Donovan Edwards. Oh, Dave E. We got to do something about that. Safari does not support call-ins to your line. Hey. Don't know anything about that, Dave E. We want to hear from you, buddy. I look forward to your rants about Bama. Okay, here we go. Ho, ho, ho! You make good defensive pass breakups and good things can happen. Do they get a little lucky here that the ball gets deflected right to them? Of course, but that's a great defensive play. Was that Junior Colson? Yeah. Oh, Sonny wanted a little PI, which it could have been called, but that's okay. Good non-call. Good non-call. Oh, look at that. Roman Wilson's back in the lineup. I guess. Yeah, he's here. All right. We got a ball game. Oh, man. What, did he go down at the half-yard line? Eric. Touchdown. Mark, with that face you just made, you told everybody that you're going for TCU and want Michigan to lose, so you are a I don't really know what you're talking about, but that's cool. Kendall's here. Oh, he.
That's a good review. It's throwing as a catch, but the runner was down a half-yard short of the goal line.
Okay. All right. I guess. A lot of responses on the TD here. People love the TD. Okay, so they're right at the goal line. Little Donovan Edwards play here. No reason to get fancy, boys. Do what you do. Let's hope they're smarter than to call a trick play. I think they are. Here we go. Oh, good for them. And there's a flag. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Wow. Wow. You know what was going through my mind? I didn't have time to say it. When I saw them not running a QB sneak, I thought, why hand the ball off? And they never take the ball under center. Run a sneak. You guys know that that I'm not a big proponent of jumping on play calling, but your quarterback doesn't take, and then to expect him to take the snap, which he doesn't take from under center very often, and to do the quick hitter, just run the quarterback sneak. If Tom Brady's 45 years old and he can run quarterback sneaks, J.J. McCarthy can run quarterback sneaks. Second stupid play call down near the goal line. To a guy that's got 9 carries. And let's see if he really. Wow, I think they made a decent call on the touchdown throw, or the would-be touchdown throw. It looked to me like he was sitting in the end zone and the ball broke the plane. But it was close. Wow. They're leaving points on the field left and right. How much? We just started the second quarter. Got 262 on the line, folks. Appreciate you being here. Oh, that was a push off. I think they're going to call him for pushing off. I think Darius Davis actually was the player that interfered. Yeah, That's good no call. Oh, that's a big stop right there. That should have been completed. That should have been completed, boys. At least this makes it interesting, right? If Michigan was up 14-3 right now, we'd be saying, oh, they're going to just keep leaning on them and they're going to win by 10 to 14 to 20 points. But, man, this sets up for a nice little second half. If Michigan loses this game, yeah, that angle is not the angle to show because it looks like he's clearly out of the end zone, but I don't know if that's accurate. I thought he was in the end zone. I thought the ball crossed the plane when he received the ball. So basically, they don't call it a catch. Like if he just starts to touch the ball and he drops it, it's obviously not a catch. So it's not until he secures the ball. And by the time he secured the ball, I thought his butt was in the end zone and the ball was practically right above his butt. So looked like a touchdown to me. Now, when they take the angle that they did going into break, it didn't necessarily look like the same play. Adonbe, that's what I'm saying too. It was a TD. I think it was a TD.
She is fearless. Hearts on the line. Pencil white. Keeping weeks off her mind. Comfortable and
Noah's telling us the TCU's proving themselves. Nobody gave them. Who gave TCU any kind of shot? We've got our friend Melissa Treebwasser that comes on from Frogs Today, and of course she did. And she even said, I'm not necessarily expecting a win, but I know we can play with them. I didn't hear anybody pick TCU. Anybody out there pick anyone who... I came pretty close to pulling the trigger on TCU because I did think that they had an advantage in space on both sides of the ball. But the official pick was Michigan 30-23. I'm with you, blank name. Why are you doing things that you don't normally do? Bilal's here. Hey, Bilal. Oh, we got some Buckeyes showing up. We're going to do our Ohio State live stream, of course, next game. Here we go. Has Michigan had a successful, maybe one successful running play since the first play of the game? Look at the campus size. It's 10 times larger. Okay. We on Lock Nation. Wilson was not touched, but he was sitting on his rear end. It's college football. What do you mean by that? Wilson was not touched. He doesn't have to be touched to be down. He's down when his rear end or his shin or his elbow or his forearm is on the ground. So clarify, if I'm missing something there on that comment. He doesn't have to be touched. This was JJ meditating against the goalpost. He was envisioning pick sixes, is what he was doing, right? He was not surprised when he threw that pick six. He was like, well, I envisioned that before the game. My good friend from 1995 NFL Draft is here. Good to see you. Absolutely. Yes. I can banter back and forth even more about My Way if you would like. It's a roughly top 100 song in the library, somewhere in that range. Okay, what happened with that? Was that just a bad throw? Or was he thinking he was going to settle in there? Not a good throw. Yes, J.J. McCarthy, like people that weren't paying attention against Ohio State and Purdue, he didn't do anything special in those games. He did his job. He showed up. He made easy throws. He completed the easy throws. He didn't make any difficult. He's made more difficult throws in this game than he made against Ohio State. He's made like 3 passes to the sideline and on crossing routes that were more difficult throws than he did against Ohio State. So he didn't have any kind of like amazing game against Ohio State. He was good. He did his job. He was a leader. Hola, Jay Pappy. Not on the same book. Yeah. Oh, Dr. Cortez Smith. The good doctor's here. Georgia's overrated people are not acting like they are the next Alabama dynasty. There are 2 scenarios which will create tremendous debate during the offseason. One would be if Ohio State wins a close national championship game against Michigan. Then we will have the Ohio State-Michigan debate that, of course, Ohio State won the national championship and they won the rematch. But if it's close, it's really just excruciatingly close, then the Michigan fans will say, we beat you 2 out of 3. We won decisively the other 2 games. We won 2 back-to-back Big Ten championships. We're better. Or the other interesting argument will be if TCU wins this game and then Ohio State beats Georgia and beats TCU to win the national championship, and Michigan, of course, blasted Ohio State by 3 scores, but Ohio State's the national champion. Those debates during the offseason would be funny, beautiful. Just if Michigan wins a rematch, then Ohio State, Buckeye Nation is going to be hurting. Or the Big Ten's not looking good if they lose both of these games, of course. The Big Ten's had a nice bowl season, but these are the games that, the top of your league has to pull through. And the Big Ten 6th and 7th place teams are playing well and winning those games, but Brian, Mark, thoughts on Notre Dame's future? I think Notre Dame's future is extremely bright, and possibly Sam Hartman is going to be the starting quarterback for one season here in 2023. Not that Tyler Buckner could not be. Now, that would be a heck of a quarterback battle. I don't think Tyler Buckner would need to play a backseat to Sam Hartman, but they're recruiting extremely well. They did have a bit of a letdown at the end of the recruiting cycle. National Signing Day didn't turn out quite as well. They missed out on some guys that flipped. But man, it's going to be interesting to see what they do with Tommy Rees. If they're having the same thoughts that a lot of Notre Dame fans and media are having about Tommy Rees's ability at offensive coordinator. That was a heck of a run. I made bacon here a while ago. Yes, Sam Hartman. Man, I like Sam Hartman. He would miss the slow mesh, but you got to love Max Duggan, too. What this guy's been through. He wasn't even the starting quarterback at the beginning of the season. That ball got tipped. You're right, Johnny Bates. The TCU offensive line, especially in pass protection, they're getting enough of a push in the run game. They're not blowing up for big runs, but has there been a Michigan tackle for loss in this game? Yes, Bilal. This Duggan, Rocky Balboa. Good call. Look at that. He knows when to keep it. He read that correctly. Okay, 3rd and 2. Oh. Oh. This is what Michigan has not faced this year. Peyton Thorne's mobile. Talia Tagovailoa is mobile. Look at. This is why defensive linemen want to take shots at quarterbacks when they get the chance, because they can't. They got to get so frustrated in situations like that later when they can take a shot at a quarterback, they want to. Okay, this is not the guy to leave alone. Now, this is probably one of those situations. They're playing a zone, and the up man let him go, and I don't get that at all. You see that? Oh, no, he's blitzing. Okay. Oh, man. Yeah, they blew that coverage. McD, Michigan's toughest game was Maryland. No, it was Illinois. Maryland would have been second. How about that? We'll give you a second, McD. Illinois. You may have missed that one. It went down to the last play of the game. Ooh, almost lost the ball. Oh. But, you know, think about this. Michigan has scored 3 points. It's almost halftime. 3 points. Wow. Hey, Barber. Some people forgot about him maybe with Quentin Johnston around, but man, he's been a big-time player for them for a long time. Wow, this is getting serious, isn't it? Yeah. So Michigan got the ball first. So this last drive with TCU getting the ball first in the second half. Should I have gone with my gut on this pick, huh? All right, a lot of game left, but still, Michigan doesn't come back from 18 down. Uncle Rico. Oh, if we get a contribution here from Uncle Rico every time we get a TCU score, let's pour it on. Mr. Wake, sorry, we'll post the score. It's 21-3. Yeah, that's a lot. That is a lot, Rob. 18. Snake Spence is enjoying this. Look at that. Got to check out Steve's various channels out there. I can't even keep track of them now, but you know, when it comes to Andy Griffith analysis, he's the best. Yes, Mike Fort. Where is Mike Fort? Our guy Mike Fort. Oh, did you officially, Joey, pick TCU? Then you are a braver man than me, because it was in my gut. It was in my brain. I've said it for a month. Speed in space. But I stayed safe. Shouldn't have played it safe. I know better than that. You don't play it safe in life. You don't play it safe picking these games. You go with your conviction. Joey, are you on record? I look like a genius. Well, Joey, with those upset picks every week, you have been a genius. It's good to see the Thompson contingent here in full-fledged form here.
And I'm getting a tundra.
Oh, and you're getting a belly rub.
And I'm getting a truck.
The aggressively
One Scoop, thanks for being here. You do whatever you want. You just watch the game and enjoy it. Don't need to be here.
2 years, no cost maintenance.
Coming today, but you're already here.
Toyota, let's go places.
Michigan trails 21-3. They can come back to win. It would be the biggest.
David showing up for us. Good to see you, David Green Shield. Coos Walker, good to see you for West Virginia coverage. Go on over to Coos's Corner. ZVS, if I ever get that right. He may be onto something there. The way I sounded all month. Hey, Cheryl. Good to see you here, as always. Cheryl's in a different category than the rest of us, than everybody else. She is the mainstay. She was holding down the mod section when I had nobody. But I guess I just went too conventional wisdom when my gut was telling me, and that whole Max Duggan factor, Michigan's not faced a quarterback like Max Duggan. We're going to see CJ Stroud in a couple hours, and he's going to be afraid to run, even when there's grass, nothing but grass in front of him, and he can run for 10 yards and slide and avoid a hit if he really wants to, not stick his shoulder into a linebacker. I get it. Okay. But he still won't run. Max Duggan, he's a different dude. And the speed and space on offense and defense. Yeah, this is a big series here. A lot of that's Bo Schembechler side guy. Bo went 2-9 in the Rose Bowl. Michigan's pretty under Lloyd Carr. They were decent. This could continue the trend of blowouts in national semifinal games, but everybody thought the blowout was going to be in the other direction. This could be, if this score holds up, this would be the biggest upset blowout in the history of the playoff, right? Yeah. Oh. Oh, personal foul? We've really only had one upset in the playoffs, right? 2. Okay, why is that a personal foul? What is going on there? He's a football player, and he gets a step and a half into the quarterback. What is that? What is that? Wait a minute. What? What is that? That is a terrible call. That is pathetic. What? J.J. McCarthy was practically at both feet in the air, flipping the ball downfield hurling the ball downfield, he practically would have fallen on his own momentum. That was a terrible call. Give it to him, Sonny. That's just, these refs just need to, let these dudes play a little football. It is a collision sport. That was a bad call. Bad call. Bad call. Hey, Will, appreciate you being here. Would this be a bigger upset than Florida, Ohio State? Oh, the national championship game in 06, there was a 7-point spread? Yes. But I get it. It's, Florida, that was the first of 2 national championship teams in 3 years. So the aftermath, that there is evaluating the upset in the moment and then years later saying, whoa, stop that drive. Oh, no, it's third down. I thought it was third and never mind. Yeah. The O-line messed up some assignments there. Good question, Will. But, neither of those are mammoth upsets. And in the aftermath, that was not an upset. But in the moment, it was a touchdown favorite. TCU, they're going to go for the kill shot with a $1:38 on the clock here. Well, we'll see if TCU is successful on the first play and whether they go for it or if they get to halftime here. Steve, I completely agree with you. I have no idea how difficult it is to officiate major sports. My lone experience was one time getting dragged into a girls' softball game and trying to call balls and strikes behind the plate, and that was tough enough. So I get it. The game is happening extremely fast. Yeah, I think these guys do an amazing job considering everything moving at 1,000,000 miles a second.
Financing plus no payments for 90 days on the 2022 Wagoneer Series 2 and Series 3. Search the inventory located dealer near you at Wagoneer.com. On an eerie Bansville by River.
Yes, I'm gloating inside. Is that possible? Is that such a thing? I would invite anyone to watch my live streams and trying to determine based on that who I root for. You couldn't. Nobody was able to for years. Michigan is a second half team. Yeah, it was not a good sequence for our guy Ola Batimi. We've got Michigan done and Michigan is fine. Back-to-back comments. We got a trivia question yet in this game? Let's update this here. Oh, they're going to go for it. That, I believe, made their decision for them. Why that didn't update it? Stupid thing. It's updated, but it's not. Huh. Okay. That was like the first throw of the game where, for as good as Duggan is, I don't understand what he's doing there. He doesn't have a soul around him. Not a soul. He could stand back there for 7 seconds, and he just decides, I'm going to give up on the play. And just, I don't get that. Woo! Okay, that ended that drive. Good stand by the Michigan defense. That was much needed. They were out to midfield. DeMarcado. Little pass pro, buddy. Let's get in the game here. You don't know that you're looking really bad on national TV right now. Let your quarterback get killed. Hey, Ben, thank you for being here. That would be some kind of watch party, huh? Let's understand, while it's 21-3, Michigan was at the 2-yard line and did not score, and was at the 1-yard line and did not score. No, we got to look at a review here. Let's settle back for 5 minutes for the review. Duggan is an average quarterback. Or maybe he's talking about somebody else. Duggar? Duggar is an average quarterback. I don't know who he is. Duggar. Texas Buckeye, 1953 beat. Appreciate you being here. Thank you so much for that contribution. All day. Oh boy. Tell you, TCU is a fast team. This guy was at New Mexico. What was he doing against their schedule? He's got 3 sacks. Interesting. Did you guys notice that at the time? They were off by like 4 yards and marking that Michigan interception. Kind of weird. Yeah. Well. Okay. Well, PI on the Thorpe Award winner. So 5 seconds left. They're going to be 58-yard field goal. Oh, they're going to try the field goal. He's made 54. Okay, Uncle Rico, if this gets blocked and run back for a touchdown, you know what to do. Oh, my favorite bowl game. We'll get to that at halftime. 59. Give it a shot. Oh, that wasn't exactly there. My favorite bowl game. Well, Notre Dame, South Carolina in the Gator Bowl was a fun one. I know based on my bowl prediction record, I should stop predicting any of the early Group of 5 bowl games because I'm just throwing darts. I did not see UCLA Pitt. That looked like a fun one. And I taped it and I watched the extended highlights, but I didn't see the game. That looked like a fun one. And same with I didn't see a lot of live football this week. I had family in town, didn't see a lot of live football, but I've got everything recorded. And so Oregon, North Carolina, that looked like a fun one as well. But He got it. Jim Harbaugh made a very wise decision. It proved out. That could prove key. Those are good points to get. Got yourself 3 points. Got yourself a bit of a lift going into halftime. Just hit a 59-yard field goal. That's ridiculous. Let me think a little bit more on the favorite bowl game, because I believe it was that Notre Dame South Carolina game yesterday. That was a great game. That was a lot of fun. Yeah, I think that's the one. Yeah, Texas, Washington. It wasn't that great of a game. Yeah. Notre Dame and South Carolina, that was just a great ball game. If you just love watching college football and don't think about, oh, it's a bowl game and these teams lost 4 games and what's really mad, just enjoy watching them compete. Notre Dame was missing, 2 really big time players, and South Carolina was missing kind of like 1, maybe 2. But yeah, I'm going to go with the Gator Bowl. 21-6. Gator Nation's here.
Being the best takes hard work. It takes early morning. Planning.
Okay, Steve, what are we talking about here? Yeah, that was bizarre seeing Big Ten fans think the Big 12 sucks when they have several teams worse than last placed Iowa State. Okay, well, let's think about this. You got an argument there. Rutgers might be worse. Northwestern's got to be worse. Indiana, probably worse. Yeah, the bottom 3 or 4 of the Big Ten. It's pretty bad. Pretty bad. One Scoop, appreciate you being here. Pro Shot 619. I got to say, we've had a number of people here that I'm not necessarily familiar with. Maybe you watch. I always find it interesting. Sometimes I will find out when somebody comments to a video or a live stream, and they'll let me know they've been watching for 3 years or 5 years or something, and I've never seen them. And they say, you know what? I just kick back and watch. I don't comment. So all those people out there that we never hear from, I find these little promos interesting, but we'll not get into it. For all you people out there that never comment, we never hear from you. We would love to hear from you, but if that's just your deal, you just kick back and listen and watch. Thank you. Thank you for being here.
She's not Kat Medina delivering pizza in her 2003 hatchback. She's Kat Medina.
Any other comments? I should stop sitting like this. My back's going to be a mess. Okay, so out of the number of people in the chat, we've got 316 on the line right now. What is your prediction now? I am guessing 90-some% of you, including me, I'm on record, picked Michigan. Who are you picking now? Does TCU finish this off with a 15-point lead, or does Michigan come back from 15 down, from 18 down at one point to win? What's our we should, I'm going to take a vote. I posted earlier on Twitter. Let's see how that poll's doing. Just a winner. Who's going to win the game? And what do we have here? We've got, I only got 73 votes. I just posted it right before the game. Michigan got just under 80% of the votes at 73 votes. 79.5 for Michigan and 20.5 for TCU. Okay, so now I am posting another.
We turn here tonight and deliver. If we can't show you how to get gas, I'll give you a car.
Welcome to the Mercedes-Benz halftime report.
Here's David Pollock and Desmond Howard making those buses, making their way to Mercedes-Benz Stadium, carrying the reigning national champion, the Georgia Bulldogs. Kirby Smart-Sonny in for the ball. Boogie.
Okay. Got another poll out there.
TCU, Michigan getting with a MarkRogersTV 21-6. This was the 4th and goal, Desmond, and Michigan got tricky.
They tried to get too cute, and the Horned Frogs, they sniffed it out.
Okay.
They didn't get anything on that drive, which started as a very promising drive.
Donovan Edwards had a long run on it. Then what a great play from Bud Clark with a pick six.
Bud Clark making a huge play.
Yeah, how long are these?
Offense got it going. And
Oh, worst part of this game. I thought you were talking about halftime.
The Dogs arriving. The Buckeyes are here. C.J. Stroud and Ohio State walking the field of Mercedes-Benz Stadium, Georgia and Ohio State. Coming up in the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl later on, everybody hoping that in SoFi Stadium on January 9th, they'll be able to hoist that national championship trophy. We showed you the Mercedes-Benz electric plays in the first half, but the key plays, here's the sequence.
Okay, here's our final score. What do we got? So we got TCU's up 21-6. And here's what we've got. I'm going to try to go to where I think is the first prediction by anyone here. Oh, man, there's a lot in here. I shouldn't have waited. I think, okay, here are the picks. One scoop, still going with Michigan. 1-zip Michigan. Ben says Michigan wins 35-28. 2-zip. Hummus Hero, I predict this will be a tale of two halves. The team up north, 31-27. 3-zip Michigan. Ben, 4-zip Michigan. I'm guessing our audience preference and rooting interest is a bit leaning the maize and blue way, just slightly. Let's understand that. So it's 4-zip, but then Davey comes in with TC effing you 4-1. Doge Dave says 42-20 TCU, so 4-2. Texas Buckeye makes it 4-3. Cookie Monster makes it 4-4. Will says he's still picking Michigan, 5-4 Michigan. Gator Nation's got Michigan, 6-4. Noah has Michigan coming back to take the lead, but then TCU nips them at the end, 6-5 Michigan. Mark goes with TCU, 6-6. Johnny Bays, TCU, 7-6. Nick, Michigan makes it a 8-6. Need more cowbell. I'm going to take this as a Michigan pick. He says they're going to keep run blitz until they come up with an answer. 9-6. SEC football's got TCU, so 9-7. Freeman's got TCU, 9-8. Stephen Baker, Michigan, 10-8. Then we've got Daniel, who has TCU winning, so it's 10-9. Adonby's got Michigan, 11-9. Mike's going with Michigan, 30-28, so there's 12-9. Hypnotic, TCU, 11-10. Mun3Y, 11-11. Does it matter? Of course it matters. It's college. They all matter. They matter. Yes, I get your point. You think Georgia's going to win? I get it. I do too. D-Rock Irish, Michigan, 12-11. David Wood, you can't be 50-50. Jonathan, 28-24, Michigan. 13-11. Go on, give Dace a call. Yes, we should have set up a Steve Dace hit for halftime. That's what we should have done. You're right. We should have done that. TCU wins by a mere 53, according to Mark. So it's 13-12. It's 14-12. It's 15-12. Please, no repeat scores. 15-12. Zethus still goes with Michigan. I think I pronounce your handle different every time. 16-12. Lisa said TCU. 16-13. Bilal, TCU. 16-14. Gator Nation. 17-14. Michigan man Jason. 17-13. I don't know what I'm at. I think it was 17-13. 17-14. Ballard says Michigan comes back. 18-14. Joey, wait a minute, Joey. You said TCU was going to win the game. You picked TCU. You were proud of your pick, and you're up by 15 points, and you say Michigan's going to walk off. 19-15. All right. I think we've got 19-15. SEC football. Mark, show TCU respect. You never do. What? Been telling all of you for a month that this game was going to be closer than most people expected. And that TCU had an advantage in space on both sides of the ball. Their wide receivers and their secondary, and also said that Max Duggan is the best quarterback and the more versatile quarterback that Michigan's ever faced. Okay. I just can't. I shouldn't even respond. Michigan. Ballard, we already got you. Okay. Yes, Ohio State got blown out by this Michigan team. If you want to call that a blowout. Yeah, okay. It's a one-score game. Ohio State had the ball to 5 with 8 minutes left. And then they got blown out. Yeah. Sorgy Stories. Good to see you. Sorgy's here for the half. Michigan, we already got you, Don B. Where's the poll? Put the poll in Twitter. If you guys want to help me out in any way you possibly can, send $1 million in. No. Follow me on Twitter. MarkRogersTV. Twitter. MarkRogersTV. No D. MarkRogersTV on Twitter. All right. We got a vote for TCU at 45-6. Wouldn't that be something? That puts us at 20-16. And then we've got Harry chiming in for TCU at 20-17. Mark says Michigan, 21-17. Steven says Michigan comes back, 22-17. Undisputed Wrestling's got TCU winning 31-28, so that's 22-18. Billy Bob, TCU, 22-19. All right, I think that might be no, we got more votes. 23-19, J. Roddy. Utah at the Rose Bowl. What should we do on the 2nd? Maybe a watch party for the Rose Bowl? Get some Penn State and Utah fans in here. Get some Penn State and Utah love. Need some other fans in here. Mark, I think we got you already. Game should be 21-13. Yeah. Or, yeah, 21-13. That's a good call, One Scoop John. Not necessarily 2 touchdowns, but I got to stop sitting like this. I was feeling so good before this stream. Okay. We've got a lot of repeat votes, I believe. It's kind of hard for me to tell at this point. I think we've got a final of 22-19. Robert says TCU, though. And so does Need More Cowbell. I don't think I got them. 22-21. And we've got Kai, so that's 22 all. Oh, Johnny Bates says you need to learn how to do polls. Yeah, how do we do that? There is a way to do polls. Poster, how do you do it? Select either a text or image poll. Yeah, where? That's the problem. I do them. Yeah, I do polls all the time on the community page, but hit the sign plus mark. The sign plus? Where's that? I'm not on a phone. Sorry, you're going to get an ugly look of me up close here. The sign plus? Yeah, see, I'm not on my phone. I don't know that that's on the laptop here. Let's see. Okay, I'll do it on my phone. Create a post? No, that's not it. Hit the plus sign. Yeah, got it. Create a short, go live, upload a video, go live together, add to your story, create a post. Yeah, Joey, you do it. Absolutely. Then you can show me how to do it. ESPN has TCU with an 87% win probability, and I have torn their win probability metric to shreds on, I don't know, countless occasions. I'm almost so tired of saying how stupid it is and how bad it is. In this case, it seems reasonable, 87-13. I'll go with that this time, but yeah, sorry I've disappeared a couple times. It's just a little swipe and all of a sudden I'm gone. Okay. You might be overreacting slightly. Give me a call. Give me a call. Yes, isn't this epic? Our live stream is epic. Hillbilly Septic. Call our live show. Give me a call. We'll talk about the good and bad of the Big Ten, the softest Power 5 conference. You understand that doesn't hold up based on the results. You understand that. Okay, you understand that. That's not a legitimate comment that you're making there. Okay. You understand that the Big Ten actually, let's see, the SEC's what in bowl games right now? 1-4? What's the SEC? No. They won the last two. They're 3-4, right? Okay. So the SEC is the only conference that is a better, I'm not talking about just bowl games. I'm talking about all the non-conference Power 5 games in the Big Ten. The Big Ten is now 9-6 against the Power 5 this season. Connor says Oregon State would beat Michigan. Yeah. Oregon State can't beat Utah. Connor, let's calm down here. I hope you're joking. You're joking. You are. You definitely are joking. You are definitely joking. Pro Shot 619. How do you call the live time show? So we're not taking any calls right now because we're watching the football game. But after the two games, we will do a live stream, as we do Pro Shot 619. You should be with us all the time. We do this constantly. We take calls almost every day of the week, probably 4 or 5 times a week. I send out a link that you can just use the link and call right in. You can come on in video, or if you don't want to, that's absolutely fine. You can treat it just like a phone call. Just use the link, turn off your camera, and join the show. All right, it's time to play football. Not make stupid calls inside the red zone. That's what we change. It didn't update. See. There we go. There goes Max. That's a strong series by Michigan.
TCU, and then a nice play by Green at the end of the play. So they got him into a 3rd and long. Again, that first half, TCU was 4 of 8 or 4 of 7 on 3rd down. That time they won.
That was like what's called yes, he gets early. Allows his team to be aggressive.
See if the offense responds the way Jim
Interference. Kicking team number 4. The 15-yard penalty is enforced from the spot of the foul. First down, Michigan.
And the OBI's order with the contact that draws the flag. They'll bring the ball up to the 33-yard line. About as good a start to the second half as Michigan could have hoped for to play out of the defensive good field position. For their opening possession.
I wonder about Henry Miller's help for TCU. Miller not scoring for Michigan.
It's TCU rush defense. Considering that, let's see here. What did Donovan Edwards do in the first half? So Donovan Edwards had 88 yards on 15 carries, and he had a 54-yarder, so he had 14 carries for 34 other than that. The total yardage is almost exact. Bam! Woo! That was sweet. Well, ho, man. Goodness. Come on up. Bam. Red zone. Red zone. We thought that Michigan probably had the red zone advantage, right? Wait a minute. Oh, this is interesting. Did you put this poll in here, Joey, about being a longtime viewer? There's a poll that just popped up as soon as I went on here that said something about being I can't see it now. Oh, yeah, sent 6 minutes ago. 94 votes. Longtime viewer, short-time viewer, first-time viewer, but subbed, first-time viewer, but can't stay. Huh. Interesting. I like that. All right. Here we go. We haven't seen Jared Wiley much in this game. And he must have dragged that defender 5 yards. Are we starting to think that the team that wins the next game is going to win the national championship? Will's going to go grab some dinner. All right. Let's see. 3rd and 10. We're halfway through the 3rd quarter, and TCU's got the ball, and Michigan's only put up a field goal. So they've already exhausted a quarter of the second half. You know? Connor says, is either Big Ten team going to play competitive football in this playoff? Well, Michigan's got a chance to. That Ohio State deal, man, I tell you, I'll say it like this for the 10,000th time. I know what I'm going to get out of Georgia. Ohio State's a wild card. Ohio State is the best team and most equipped team to beat Georgia. That doesn't mean that they will. That doesn't even mean it's going to be close. I don't know. And for all those people out there, that said this playoff should be the 2 Big Ten teams and the 2 SEC teams, meaning Alabama being the other one, TCU belongs. They belong. They belong. They belong. And man, Michigan, ball down at the 2-yard line. The first drive, the ball down at the half-yard line on the butt was in the end zone, probably should have been a touchdown. No points out of either of those trips. And then the last drive, they were down, the 5? No. Yeah, they were down around the 5-yard line. Weren't they? They're not getting touchdowns out of these drives? Oh, look at this. One Scoop John needed himself an air fryer, and look at what he did. He could have gotten his air fryer in any possible way, jumping on Amazon. But he used the link that we've got in the description section of all the videos, and he still got his air fryer as he would any other way. But I don't know what an air fryer costs, but about 2%, 5%, it depends on the item, came to the Voice of College Football. John, thank you so much for doing that. Appreciate that. Okay, 3rd and 10. Oh, picked off the drop. Okay, big sequence there because number one, the back did a nice job of picking up the blitz, so he gave Duggan time. He delivered the ball. It wasn't the greatest pass in the world. It was a little bit behind the wide receiver, but should have been caught. Second ricochet interception of the game. Oh, no, that was a good pass. Sorry, Duggan. I thought it was like back here. No, that was a good pass. That was a perfect pass. That was perfect. Oh, just this is going to get this is how you bring another team back into the game. You can go 3 and out and punt, but you can't turn the ball over. Mike Sanders still the converted wide receiver. Okay. Got a ball game going here. Yeah, we do. Donovan Edwards picks up a few. They got to convert. Another field goal would be fine, but at some point they got to prove that they can put the ball in the end zone. And when you get your air fryer, I'm telling you, and did I mention if you get your air fryer, it's going to last longer if you use the link that we provide. Yeah. Oh. All right. Ball game. What did TCU screw up here? Ronnie Bell's tight on the right side. What is Bradford doing? 28. He didn't sell out on the run. He just kind of was flat-footed. If you're a safety, and you have Ronnie Bell, you're the safety. Nobody got no help. And you got Ronnie Bell running right by your left shoulder. I almost don't care what the coverage is in that situation. You got to go run with Ronnie Bell. You are the keeps doing that, and it's so annoying. Exactly. Connor, I think that's what happened with some of our Michigan friends. Come on back. We lost about 100 people. I think they're all Michigan fans. Rob's here.
You want a friend. You want the friend. You want a job. You want the job. The is always over up. That's why we don't offer a card. We offer the card.
Yes, let's enjoy the game together, Michigan fans. You can do it. 5-point game now. Let's see. I said 30-23. What is it? The 14-9. It'd have to be 14-9 Michigan. No. 14-2. I can't get without a safety. I can't get the TCU score correct. That's unfortunate.
The Subaru Share the Love event is going on now at Ken Danley. Drive the 2023 Crosstrek with symmetrical all-wheel drive, $279 a month.
Oh, yeah.
Ken Danley Subaru locations.
My man Brent from Elvis Nation. Mark, never underestimate Michigan in the second half. It's now 10-0. It's now 13-0 since they were down 21-3. Yeah, I know Michigan's second half, those second half adjustments. We learned that in the shoe. We learned that in the shoe, my friend. And join our buddy Brent on Elvis Nation.
The Subaru Share the Love event is going on now at Ken Danley. Drive the 2023 Crosstrek with symmetrical all-wheel drive, $279 a month at all 3 Ken Danley Subaru locations: Bedford, North Olmsted, and Wickliffe.
The National Championship Trophy, presented by Dr. Pepper. We presented to the National
Ralph is telling us that Michigan changed its defense and went to 2 linebackers. I have not noticed that.
City locations, inclusive hospitality, many other premium amenities. Visit playoffpremium.com. Reserve your championship experience.
On a side note, away from football, so we got Elvis Nation here, our buddy Brent, Elvis Nation, and then we've got our other buddy here, long time friend of the voice of college football, who's selling me on My Way being a top 20 Elvis song, which it is not, but it's a good one. It's a really good one. Shoelace Sooner. Don't forget, I'm matching up to $100 in Super Chats. Michigan fans, send $5 saying your team comes back and wins. TCU fans, send $5 in saying TCU holds. This game's starting to heat up like a barn burner, isn't it? Like Blackledge is saying, Michigan has been bringing the pressure successfully, but that play, they picked it up and burned them. Got to give it up for TCU. The counter punch here. Oh, Johnston. Yeah, he's a problem to handle in the secondary, running around by himself. Very kind of you guys. Thank you so much for that. Next commercial break. We don't want to veer too much away from football. Some people will not appreciate that. But I will get right to that, and I will gladly take your super chat cash. Bam. Bam. That was nice. That was nice by our guy Harris, 78. Beautifully done. Saw the double block there. Bam, bam. That was sweet. That was really nice. Oh, we're in break. You know what that means? I can answer the super chat question here. The best Elvis songs correctly. The 3 best Elvis songs correctly. So the 3 best versus your 3 best are entirely different. So to honor the super chat and be able to collect, I'm going to have to guess your 3 best, which are going to be Don't Cry Daddy, Kentucky Rain, and If I Can Dream. It's my guess. I got at least 2 of those. I'm sure I got at least 2 of those. That's not the answer. Uncle Rico! Yes! Another TCU score. So Uncle Rico's back in the building, back on the board. Thank you so much for that, sir. We appreciate that so much. And Duncan Timms, thank you for your contribution. Appreciate that, Duncan. Go Blue. And how about that, Maction? On a serious note, appreciate all you do and hope everything works out itself out. Merry Christmas. Everything's fine, everyone. Appreciate everybody's concern. Just issues being handled just like you guys have all over the place. Nerf, yes. Suspicious Minds is best live. Yes, absolutely. Oh man, I could drop a live version from 1970 that's just maybe the greatest performance on stage. Yes, absolutely. Yes, Duncan, thank you so much for that. That's very kind of you. Maction. Duncan, I'm guessing that you were a graduate of one of the great Mac schools. Who would that be? Duncan? I got Connor weighing in with In the Ghetto from Jessica Day. I'm not familiar with that individual. But Connor Johnson, thank you so much for your addition to the Elvis conversation here. Rob J, yes, the king. Connor is phenomenal because there's not a whole lot of Oregon State love other than I will talk Oregon State football at any point, and Connor's here on a regular basis. And Steve, appreciate you honoring everybody. Firmus, yes. Yes. I'm not a big fan of that song, but yes, it was a good movie. All shook up, yes. All right, Michigan on offense. Here we go. Joey's going to go eat dinner, everybody. Let's watch the diagnosis of this long pass play here. The running back picked up the blitz. Nice. Wow. This is one of my favorite things to watch is at what point the quarterback had to make the decision to throw versus where was the wide receiver at the point he made that decision versus where was the ball caught. It sometimes amazes me. Ronnie Bell's limping. Ronnie Bell's limping. The three best Elvis Gerbach songs. I will have a response to that. Ooh. TCU's rush defense has held up nicely in this game. Oh, Luke Schoonmaker hurt his shoulder. I'm going to answer that during the next commercial break because there is an angle we can go with there. Yes, there's an angle we can go with. Yeah, at least one for sure. One's easy. 3rd and 3. Oh, mercy. Oh, boy. 2 pick sixes. Ouch. Did that shock anyone out there? We're back to an 18-point game, folks. Wow. 2 pick sixes. We didn't anticipate that in our analysis. Bam. Wow. Brilliant. I am going to get this prediction wrong, most likely, because Michigan's not going to come back from 18 down, most likely. Don't see it happening. But I did say TCU, their outside linebackers, their edge rushers, their secondary in space advantage over Michigan. I did say that. And I will get to the Elvis Gerbach trivia during the next set. Yes, Uncle Rico. This is costing you a few pennies here, sir. Wow. I'm sorry, Connor. Am I way ahead? I'll calm down. Thank you, Uncle Rico. And yes, we will get to the Elvis Gerbach songs. And we've got Erica chiming in tonight. We appreciate Erica being here. Erica, of course, is so happy and overjoyed over Iowa not only completing another season with a bowl victory, but a shutout. So they avenged the loss from last year. Good evening, Mark. We never miss a play. JJ and the boys are starting to become a little unnerved here. Look at Michigan's last 5 bowl games. One of them was, no, 2 of them was close. The South Carolina game. They blew a 19-3 lead in the South Carolina game. The Florida bowl game that they lost, they had a lot of guys were out of that game. Yes, I am making excuses for Michigan. Loveland didn't catch that one. Loveland, I'm a big fan of yours. I've been touting you. Okay, that's that bails them out. Good call. JJ can run. He can run. Okay. Still get a game. Still get a game. We're going to be back to 34-23 unless they would go for 2. Get it to 10. Nah, I say you kick. I would kick. Stay within 2 scores. They're going to go for 2. Does the card say to go for 2? I say don't go for 2. I say go for 1. It's way too early to be trying to predict what the score is going to be. There's been 56 points on the board. There's going to be 80 points in this game. To try to predict what the deficit's going to look like, kick the extra point. They're not going to get this. Watch this. Kick the extra point! Jeez. I should have started making a list. I'm going to have to review this game to shoot my Harbaugh dumb mistakes video. Kick the extra point. Okay, Erica is saying here, why are ESPN announcers taking up half my screen? I want to watch football, not them. Okay, so I'm guessing, Erica, that you have stumbled upon one of the what did we used to call that when I was back at the Great Worldwide Leader that I missed so much? A multicast. And so you were watching an alternate broadcast because we are not seeing announcers on our screen. So you're watching a multicast. You're on like ESPN2 or like if I flip to ESPN2 right now, what are they showing? There's like 15 different variations of this broadcast. So let's see. ESPN2 is showing. Yeah, so they've got like RG3 and a bunch of other guys. analyzing whatever they're analyzing, trying to analyze this 2-point conversion play. Yeah, so that's that. Okay, then you've got what are the other ESPN channels? You got the SEC network. What are they? Well, they wouldn't be showing anything. I forget what ESPNU is on my TV. Anyway, you're watching the multicast, Erica. So flip to the main ESPN channel. Oh man, that could have been ugly. That could have gone for a huge game. And we will get to the Elvis Gerbach question next break. So thank you for that. Shoelace Sooner. Thank you so much, Shoelace Sooner. You were amazing. Thank you so much for that. That is so kind of you. Thank you so much for everybody that held Shoelace Sooner to his word. And thank you, Shoelace Sooner. We will do our best with Oklahoma football coverage in the offseason. Believe me, we are gone. No, he's not. Yes, he is. Wow. I am going to remember this, and I am picking games with my gut. With the head knowledge, but with the gut. Wow. We are back to 3 scores. They're going to put up 50 in this game. What happened to our middle back? Oh, he got clogged up. Junior Colson came up into the traffic too much. I'm not a linebacking guru, but you can't press the line that far. You got to stay back. I hear that all the time. A little too animated with my hand gestures there. My apologies. But yes, I've heard this from enough linebacking knowledgeable people that the linebacker can't get sucked up into the line because if somebody shoots out of a gap, the run fit doesn't work and he's not in place. And that's exactly what Junior Colson did. The line's got it clogged up and he gets caught up in that traffic up front. Thank you, Shoelace Sooner. That is very nice of you. And everyone else. Thank you so much. Wow. This is it's a bit startling here, Erica. Thanks all. I'm on ESPN right now. I said Michigan football to my remote, and it brought me to the multicast. Thank you, Erica. I hope you enjoyed the Iowa game. And I'm guessing that you caught Corey and Coach Patterson after the game on the broadcast, either on Corey's channel or my channel. We simulcast the post game. And we will be here, of course, on Tuesday night with Corey to talk Iowa football. Yes, Troy, I'm with you, buddy. I love the Twilight Zone 24-hour stream. Oh, it is the 24-hour marathon. Twilight Zone, I'm so thankful that you reminded me because I've been watching. That thing's gone back to the 90s. That is phenomenal. Yes. I'm going to go through the guide and record a lot of those. Coming up in break, this is going to hold the audience for sure. Coming up in break, my 3 top Elvis Gerbach songs. That was requested by a super chat. I got to remember those three too because they're pretty good selections, and I got to keep them in my head because sometimes I'm a little absent-minded and may forget them. Oh, yeah, the Twilight Zone. I'm going to have to go to my channel guide to even look up Sci-Fi Channel. Oh, I love those. I'm going to be up all night watching those probably after we get done with our call-in show that's going to last until if Ohio State or Georgia if this is a blowout the next game, it's going to last like 20 minutes. But if it's a great game, it's going to last all night. This is turning into just a freaking scoring fest. Okay. We're going to the fourth quarter in a 2-score game. So it's still manageable here. It's still possible, still within reach. But Michigan's defense is getting torched. He's down at the 1. Can you imagine if we went back in time, how many of these kind of plays were missed by the officials where they thought the ball crossed the plane and the guy was just like reaching and made it look good, but his knees down? When I get to heaven someday, and actually when I do get to heaven, I'm thinking that I will care less about this at that point. But as it stands right now, I will care or do care. And so I will ask this. I will say, can you, Lord, can you change every call in sports history, especially football and baseball? In sports history, in football and baseball history, can you change every call that was incorrect? And I want to see the record books and how that would have changed all of history. We'll start with college football. Change all the bad calls. Because you know this happened all the time 20 years ago. Love the crowd tonight. Love the live chat. You guys are bringing it. Yes, he didn't make it. We know that. Noah is spot on right here. Yes. After I watched Ohio State lose to Michigan, I thought this is not a college football playoff team. They didn't earn this spot. But the way things played out, they earned it more than anybody else. They had the best record. It's an easy call. Okay, there's your touchdown to make it 41. Now, if they wouldn't have gone for 2 the last time, it should be 41-23. They should be taking this to 30 with the PAT. Uncle Rico, get ready because this will only force TCU to score more points. Okay, they got that one. All right, good for them. Look at this from Connor Johnson. Yes. Imagine if both losers, meaning non-conference champions, go to the national championship game. Oh, we're going back to that. That's crazy if it comes down to that. So this one doesn't matter. They scored anyway. Oh boy. Okay. Why'd that do that? Keeps doing that. There we go. Up. Oh, yeah. That was a fumble, right? He wasn't down. Fumble! Okay. Top 3 Elvis Gerbach songs. Brent, are you still with us? Hopefully you are, because this was your super chat question. 3 top Elvis Gerbach songs. Follow me. Elvis Gerbach played at Michigan. Michigan, go blue. This is the best I can do. Number 3, Blue Suede Shoes. Number 2, Blue Bayou, as in the Michigan defense tonight. And number 1, because they are trailing by 11 points and could have been blown out at some point and were being blown out when you asked the question, I'm going to go with Blue Eyes Crying in the Rain. Those are my 3 top Elvis Gerbach songs. Play along with me there. Oh, Blue Moon is a beautiful, beautifully sung song. Oh, so Elvis Nation, that was my response to the top Elvis Gerbach songs, and I was trying to play into the whole Go Blue and make some kind of connection. So that's why I went with the Blue Bayou, Linda Ronstadt. Well, Blue Bayou was sung by a lot of people, but I tend to favor the Linda Ronstadt version. And then, of course, yes, Blue Eyes Crying in the Rain, because Michigan currently down in this one. He was down. Okay, well, we shall see. Elvis Nation, I'm big into making lists, whether they are sports or otherwise. So yeah, I've come up with all sorts of crazy lists, like all the Elvis songs that contain a color in them. There's like 20 of them. Hopefully, we've got a little banter between Brent and Elvis Nation. I got to check this out. Oh, okay. I saw that. But hopefully I still get a guest appearance. Hopefully I've not, because of the various miscommunications and so forth, that I've not missed my potential off-season appearance. Michigan's got the ball. Our Michigan contingent should be back up and run. Do we have any TCU fans watching? Any? Man, I got to reach out to some TCU fans. We got to bring them in. Any TCU fans watching? Any? Give me a wave. All right. Michigan at the 28. What's the highest scoring college football playoff game ever in the 9 years? Must be the Oklahoma-Georgia game. 48-41? No. 47-41, right? Adam. Nice. Thanks for being here, Adam. Oh, was that something else? Little John Elway action at the end there. Touchdown. Looky there. It has suddenly gone from game over to 41-38 with 14 minutes left. These teams are going to score 100 points. Erica, I so much appreciate you reminding everyone to gently hit the like button, but I don't think anybody can gently hit the like button with the intensity of this game right now. I don't think that's possible. My apologies, everyone. Got a barn burner. Oh,
There's no foul for nailing the block in the back. It's first half TCU at the end of the run.
oh, the snack item, a bit odd tonight because it was unintended, but I made bacon and eggs before I started the stream, and then it got a little bit late. And so I actually was eating bacon for part of the time. And then I had just a mammoth bag of Reese's peanut butter cups, various snack bars like Mr. Good Bar, Hershey's, And then my least favorite out of all that are the Rolos and the Hershey Kisses. So those were the final. The final was all like I rated all the Reese's peanut butter cups and all the Hershey's. All of that went first. So the bottom of the bag was simply Hershey Kisses and Rolos. So, but they're still chocolate. They're still going to be eaten. And now they're history. I got rid of the entire bag. Oh, man. Michigan's got the Mo going here. Oh, you got to tackle him. Oh, my word. Look at this. Seriously? Michigan had him stopped. Oh, my word. That was brutal. That looked like Ohio State's defense. You better get home and also make a watch. He's got him. Why do guys fly at guys like that? Break down and make a tackle. Why do they just fly by him like that's going to do something? Like that's going to stop him. Give up a little ground, take a decent pursuit angle, and tackle him. Yeah, he gets a first down, but he doesn't score a touchdown. No, dumb. There it is. Ole. Coach him up. And I know that it is ridiculously hard to tackle big, strong, fast, elusive athletes in space. I get that, but at least take the right approach. That's not tackling anybody. Flailing away, just throwing your body out there. Take a decent pursuit angle, break down, and hit the guy and wrap. He just like, I see this all the time. I mostly see it on blitzing linebackers or back seven guys on defense when they blitz and come through a gap at a quarterback and they just whiff because they're running too fast and they blow right by him and whiff. You see it all the time. See it all the time.
Remember that guy? Can't beat that. So innocent and wrong. Somebody did beat that. Spoiler alert, it was Spectrum Mobile. Them handsome guy. Even better offer. Because now every unlimited line is just $29.99. And you get the next line free.
Yes, Tim, but how about those bad Big Ten offenses, though? What about those?
Your next line is free for 12 months. Call, click, or visit a Spectrum store today. Big news. Right now at Spectrum Mobile, unlimited is only $29.99 a month, and your next line is free. Or to rephrase it, you get nationwide 5G for just $29.99, and your next line is free. Over. Or you could say you get unlimited and reliable coast-to-coast coverage for only $29.99, and your next line is free. 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 Free.
Yes, Clint. I should get up and show that great tackling form. Break down. You got to bend the knees. Square them up. Shoulder. Wrap. There's a turn. Wrap. Yeah. Oh, there's our guy Stetson. There he is. That is a big, impressive dude right there.
Stacey Taylor got a job last December as dragged to the Johnson home and this is the third highest scoring game, 86 combined points in the 9-year history of the CFP.
54-48. That was that Rose Bowl score. That's what it was. 54-48.
And Oklahoma in the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl, the LSU route on their way to the national title.
During the return, illegal block below the waist, receiving team number 34. The penalty is half the distance to the goal. Good first down, Michigan.
We saw a penalty flag come out on the return for TCU. That was picked up. TCU maintained pretty decent field position. This one enforced against Michigan. They'll start this drive inside their own 15-yard line. Franklin. Michigan held to 2 field goals in the first half. That's come to life. That is the 7 they can't keep reaching. It's the ones that need the defense. Minnesota. There's the cover. Gain of 6. Still plenty of time. You don't have to panic. That's the one thing about this TCU team. We've seen all year. They never panic. They've been in close games, one possession games, comeback games. We're very comfortable. This is new territory over there for Michigan.
Uncle Rico. Got blocked out. Yes. What do you guys have to go through with these super chats? I've sent some super chats and it just kind of, I don't know. I do a lot of business with YouTube, so they know that they can somehow, if my card is incorrect, they can just pay me less money, I guess. They can always take it from me either way. Jordan wants some more points. He's not satisfied yet. 48, 38 is not good enough for him. More points. Let's get a touchdown out of TCU and 2 out of Michigan to send us to overtime. All right. This is a little danger time for Michigan. Down 10, 12 minutes left, punting from their own goal line. He had a guy underneath. It wouldn't have been a first down, but it probably would have gained 8 or 9 yards. Oh, boy. Yeah. The one guy in the corner for TCU could have blocked in the back, and he actually did a really nice job of just running and put his arms out like this and just kind of shielded him and stayed away from the penalty, but he was still effective with his block. Oh, man, if they go up by 17. Yeah, this is a good point by Blackledge. They can score a touchdown here, and they might kill a couple minutes. Okay. Uh-oh. I believe Tim's got some money on the line here. What was the over-under on this thing? It had to be 50. It had to be 50. Wasn't it like 58, 61? They're way over that. I took TCU in the points.
Say 30 seconds, I know.
10:43 to go. Jim Harbaugh, Michigan down by 10. Dick Clark's New Year's Rockin' with Ryan Seacrest on ABC tonight. The creative destination for viewers to ring in the new year. Nation's most watched New Year's Eve celebration.
Somebody needs to get Sean McDonough some information about the Voice of College Football ushering in the new year. That's the real play right here is, New Year's Rockin' Eve at the Voice of College Football. The countdown to New Year's that actually makes sense. Okay. This gets you to 13. If it got them to a 3 score, I could understand being conservative there, but it only gets you to 13. Don't you still let Duggan make a play? Try to score a touchdown? $51-38. All right. Are the odds of what are we looking at? The win probabilities at this point. I would go, okay, it's a 13-point game. Michigan does have the ball now with 11 minutes left in the game. I'm going to go, somebody look up the win probability on ESPN. I don't know what their win probability is, but I don't think it's like 90 yet. I'm going to go like high 70s, 78, 80 win probability on this one. Hey, Johanna. Appreciate you being here. Happy New Year, Mark. Go Bucks. Happy New Year to you as well. Thank you so much for the contribution. We appreciate you being here. Thanks, Dustin. NCAA playoff TCU 94.2%. Okay. Ben says Michigan wins with 2 touchdowns, 52-51. Let's update our scoreboard. And so after the game, everybody, we're going to shut down this stream. Not right after the game. We're going to talk up the game. Then there's usually 30 to 45 minutes, between games. And so 10 to 15 minutes after the game, after we vet it out a little bit, we'll shut down this stream because we'll let that Michigan audience go, because we do have Michigan post game right here at the Voice of College Football on the Michigan channel. with our guys Des and Dre. They've got Postgame. That should be a heck of a show. And then we'll do the Ohio State watch party on the main channel and the Ohio State channel. $51-38. Catch the ball. 3rd and 10. They're going to have to go for a 4th down. Yeah. It's getting to that point in this type of game. This is a tough call to make, considering how TCU is able to explode and score, even though they're going to play somewhat conservative. They've already shown us that. You punt away. You were banking on your defense not giving up any more points, for sure. Wow. I know you don't want to think about going for it and that pretty much being the game if you don't get it, because TCU's on the plus side and they're up 13 with 9 minutes left. And then here we go with this dumb punt formation. Oh, they actually, he looked it over. Oh, got a beautiful roll there. $8:50 left. That's why you're back there, to catch the ball. You're back there to catch the ball. Tim's here. If Little Riley is hanging 50+ on the Big Ten's best defense, what will Big Brother do? Oh, my word. That's not the Big Ten's best defense, most likely. Iowa might be better. Illinois is probably better. I don't know if that's the Big Ten's best defense. First of all, it's close. Shoot, Minnesota's defense. Good tackle. All right, we're under 7 minutes. So, score in 3 minutes. Get the ball back within 90 seconds or so. Then you've got 2 minutes left to score the last touchdown. There's your formula right there for Michigan. Easy, right? Easy. This series could be it. They have to score. Score. Get a stop. Score. You don't like that look, Gumby?
No more skateboarding. Badminton 101.
James, what's going on tonight? How you doing?
I'll show you how they stare anymore.
Well, they were reporting on ESPN yesterday that the Denver Broncos and it was somebody else were in interest of Jim Harbaugh. It was the Broncos and somebody else. Lemansky. Of course, Iowa wins one for themselves in the Big Ten. 21-0. I believe that would be the only shutout of the bowl season. How about that? Hillbilly Septic believes that Penn State will be the best team in the Big Ten next year. You may just be right. Casey coming back with the comment about Big Brother there. Big Bro at USC Lincoln watching on TV. He will be playing the Mighty Green Wave tomorrow. Oh, we got some hot girls in the chat. Let's usher them out. Okay. I got to think Buckeye fans are pretty split on rooting for Michigan in this game. I know a lot of them want a rematch. Here we go. JJ got to make something happen now. Didn't catch it. Oh, yeah, he caught it. He caught it. My bad. The tip hit the ground. Ooh.
Defense number 1. 15-year penalty from the previous 5 goals and automatic first down.
For getting that whole snap because that play would have gotten overturned, I think, had been an incompletion, and that was clearly pass interference. The ball was a little bit underthrown.
What time is it? Oh, that other game's going to kick off pretty quickly. If TCU loses this game, they're going to regret dialing it down. They dialed it down the last couple of series, especially in the red zone, and settled for a field goal and ran the ball on 3rd and 6. Alan, thanks for the super chat. Check my text messages. Okay, I will. Appreciate that, Alan. Why is the game clock running? He didn't run out of bounds? Okay, 2nd and goal. Throw the ball. You can't waste time running the ball. There's too much time. Too much time wasted. Okay. Interesting. Okay, here we go. Steve is telling us bad clock management out of Michigan. Well, so they were at about, if I remember correctly, 6:46 when they started the drive. And I said they need to score in about 2.5 minutes. They scored in just a little over 3 minutes. Get the ball back in 90 seconds. This is where they haven't been able to stop TCU when TCU's had the foot on the gas.
Let there be change. She is fearless. Hearts on the line. Pencil light. She can weeks off the line. Comfortable in shapeable fabric, she moves with ease. Confident on nights and evenings. Depend silhouette. The only thing stronger than us is you.
I don't understand why the clock was rolling still after JJ picked up the first down and ran out of bounds. That's where I don't understand why the clock was still running.
Just announced in time for the holiday. Get 1.9% APR for 5 years on all 2022 GMC Sierra Light Duty Crew Cab models. Visit your local dealer today.
All right, let's buckle in. TCU, well, what do we got? 3.5 minutes. They would have to get, and I believe doesn't Michigan have all 3 timeouts? I'm with you, Mark. As a TCU fan, this has a whiff of the Michigan State game. What was that guy's name again? The Michigan State game or the Mississippi State game? You lost me, Adam. Sorry. I don't know exactly what you're alluding to there.
TCU called timeout to readjust. I don't think there's any way in the world that Michigan is onside kicking here. Maybe Jim Harbaugh just wanted to get Sonny Dykes to use that money. He did. It was smart. Look at this formation, and the kicker's only a couple yards from the ball. They're showing like it's going to be onside kick. And TCU is in a normal kick return formation. They don't have a hands team on. And special teams coach got Sonny Dykes to use the timeout, and now TCU with 0 timeouts and Michigan all 3. There's the special teams coach. I just can't believe Michigan with onside kick here. Your defense has been all year. We're the same lineup, The defense has not been great today, but I have to give. They can really to go all of your timeouts. Now, one of the very best defenses in the country all year.
Oh, you're talking, Adam, you're talking about like 19, what year was that? 1990, I forget what year. Okay. Good exchange by Michigan there, but they've got to stop them. And TCU can't be too conservative here. You know, they can't just kill 45 seconds and punt the ball. I understand why you do that. Didn't work. I get it. Didn't work. He almost got a first down. This first down would be a killer. If he gets this first down, then they're going to have to kill all these timeouts. Here's the play of the game. Good call. There you go. That's a football play right there. That's just sound. Now it's problematic. I love the shots in the crowd, and I might be wrong. I might be being too critical or assuming too much, but when, for example, they show the Michigan faithful there, and you see a few people, I'm not going to mention what gender, but a few people that just seem oblivious to what's going on, and they're laughing and they're talking about who knows what they're talking about. Time out. Wow, 107. Okay, 107. Another play. Say it's 101. Timeout. Third down. Another play. 55-second timeout. So this is second down, third down, fourth. Then they kick. You get it back with 45 seconds left. You've got to score a touchdown, and you've got no timeouts. All right, JJ.
Especially the way JJ McCarthy's been lighting it up here in the second half. But it's on the Michigan defense right now. Can they get
Wow.
They've got 2 more timeouts and 2 more chances to stop the clock. If they can force a fight. So one more TCU first down. And this match run's going to continue.
Oh, boy. He almost shot through there. They need to mark him back. He had his knee down, and he was stretching. This could be the game. Good tackle. Excellent tackle. That saved them. DJ Turner. Good for you. Okay. Solid tackle. Get the ball back. 50 seconds. Get the ball back with 50 seconds. It's not ideal. Wouldn't this be something? Are they going to go for this? No, they're going to try to draw him. Watch him still run it. No. Is he going to punt? Okay. They'll take the 5. It's worth a shot. You do lose the yardage. Well, we got ourselves a good ball game, at least, for a national semifinal. That doesn't happen very often. There's been a few. One Scoop has got to be pulling his hair out. Oh, man. They got a long way to go. 52 seconds, no timeouts. They got to be very smart with the time. Obviously, they can't make mistakes. You know, they can't have receivers catch the ball in the field, not get out of bounds and turn the wrong way and all of that. Oh, man. Dylan Thornton's had a remarkable game. Woo! Almost.
Sorry. Offense, number 18.
39 seconds, man. They got to move. They got to pick up some chunk plays. Here we go. That's how the Michigan season ends. Whoa. Yikes. Oh, man. The dude who might be the best player in the country. What happened here? Wow. TCU was 5-7 last year. They are the biggest underdog to make the college football playoff in its 9-year history, and they have won a playoff game. Wow. I don't know what we're reviewing here. I don't know how in any way that this could have been converted to a first down for it to matter. Okay. Oh, that's what they're looking at. Targeting. Ooh. Hang on. Ooh. As you guys probably have picked up, I've not been a big fan of the whole targeting. I love that that we're trying to protect these players, but that's targeting. That is targeting. Yes, that is targeting. Crown of the helmet into his helmet. It's all, yes. Oh my goodness. So that was at the 25. It's going to move it out to the 40 and takes out their best player, or one of their best players. Oh, I thought that was never mind. It really shouldn't take too long to review this. B-Bean! It is targeting. Oh, okay. It's not targeting. I'm confused on targeting. I watch as much football as anybody, and I'm confused about it. Okay, it's not targeting. I don't know why. I've certainly seen targeting called in that instance a zillion times. Well, that's the ball game. I wouldn't want to see the game decided on a play that doesn't really impact the football portion of the play anyway. So what a game. Phenomenal. Couldn't have asked for anything more. TCU's offense shredded Michigan's defense. Michigan battled back. They stayed in the game. They were down 3 scores many times. They cut it to 1 score, could never get over the hump. I did think that TCU was a little bit conservative. 2 of those drives that kept Michigan in the game. But this is remarkable. The Big 12 has finally won a college football playoff game, too. This is the first after Oklahoma lost, 4 times? Texas has yet to get to a college football playoff. Nobody else in the conference has gone to the playoff. So the Big 12 finally wins a college football playoff game. Sonny Dykes. Sonny Dykes, who has been on the channel 3 or 4 times. Daniel, thank you. Mark, how many Big Ten teams have won a playoff game? Well, I believe that would be 1. And they've won 3. They got ripped off 1. College football fans, we always appreciate you being here. Michigan fans who stayed for the entire game with your team losing for much of the game and then ultimately losing a very tough, competitive game. I appreciate you guys. You guys are phenomenal. We love you. And it's been a great season for Michigan football. It's been a storybook season for TCU, and it continues. Now we'll see if it's going to be Ohio State or Georgia. It's supposed to be Georgia, but it was supposed to be Michigan. We possibly could have a guest here. So what we're going to do? Oh, getting to the stream now. So we will have a guest here. We've got Clint Foster from Big 12 Shorts is coming on right here on YouTube. Clint Foster from Big 12 Shorts. And we just need to keep me honest on the second kickoff because we are not missing our other stream to get to the Ohio State-Georgia game. So we will not do that for sure. So what's going to happen is we got Clint Foster from Big 12 Shorts coming on here. We're going to talk to Clint briefly. We should get a countdown to the second kickoff here, and it's not going to be a long kickoff or a long countdown because it's already 8:07, and I think that game was supposed to kick at like 8:10 or 8:20. No, it's 54-48, correct? What was the final score? I don't know. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Yes, David Greenshield. Mark, who was the last Big Ten team to win a Natty? That would be Ohio State. The Buckeyes of Ohio State were the last one to win a Natty. The last ones to twice win a Natty. The last one and only one to win a college football playoff game, and they've done that 3 times. Yes. There is no question that the success of the Big Ten in the postseason belongs to Ohio State at the elite level, and Ohio State alone. Yes, I know it's 51-45. Yes, I understand. Thank you. All right. I was attempting to do something else in the process. TCU, the Big Ten champs. And of course, the Big 12 champs are Tulane. So, we can always play that game all over the place. All right. So, MS, can we please stop disrespecting the Big 12 now? I don't know who's disrespecting the Big 12, but so here's the deal. Adam, thank you so much. We appreciate you being here. So we are awaiting a guest. Let's get to our guy, Clint Foster, who produces Big 12 Shorts right here on YouTube. Clint, how's it going?
Mark, I cannot even describe to you. I literally just broke down crying in the middle of a bar in Fort Worth, Texas. I cannot even begin to explain to you how I'm feeling right now. This is 32 years, a lifetime of dreaming and wishing for this moment, and it's finally here for TCU football. We're going to the national championship.
It's ridiculous that this team switched head coaches, moves on from a guy that built this program into a national power, Gary Patterson, Sonny Dykes. I have all the respect in the world for Sonny Dykes and what he had done at other programs, especially in the Group of 5, of course, but he had not achieved at this level anywhere in the Power 5. We've had him on 3 or 4 times here. Great respect for him, but did not expect, 5-7 to this is just mind-blowing.
Yeah, I mean, it was a situation where, everyone around TCU for the most part it was a hard decision, but everyone felt like it was time to move on from Coach P for a variety of reasons, which we don't need to get into now. But, this so far surpassed everyone's expectations. I feel like the most pie in the sky, everyone was like, hey, if we get 8 wins this year, that's going to be a fantastic start to Sonny Dykes' career at TCU.
Sure.
And, the cupboard was not left bare. We had all of this talent. Apparently, we just needed a vibe change. And, a lot of credit needs to go to Kyle Kazadi. Not a lot of people shout out the strength and conditioning program and how that has changed at TCU. We had a 100% healthy team going into this game. Part of that is because we had our first bye week since September. But the way strength and conditioning has changed in the program is massive and cannot be understated.
It's interesting that you bring that up because that is a tremendous point, because when there's a new head coach that comes in, and especially he's known for offense, he's known for schemes, and you expect, okay, a lot of crazy plays, exotic schemes, Sonny Dykes, that's what he's going to do. But he obviously understands as a CEO of a program what's important, that strength and conditioning is at the core, so he addresses that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, guys are staying healthy. Also, a lot of credit needs to go to Joe Gillespie. I mean, defense won that game today. Yeah. They really did. And Joe Gillespie has been tremendous all year. This defense last year was abysmal. I mean, it was giving up. It was one of those situations where Coach P's hallmark was always run defense, and the run defense was simply not there last year. So you went into this season being like, what's the defense even going to look like? And the change to the 3-3-5, Joe Gillespie's scheme has been tremendous. He's put guys in a position to succeed, and we've benefited from some great transfers. Mark Perry, Johnny Hodges from Navy, which they mentioned multiple times on the broadcast, who had the roughing the passer on J.J. McCarthy. I mean, these are guys who have been major difference makers for the defense as well.
Nobody picked you guys to win.
Nobody.
I will admit, I did not pick you to win, but I was on the edge, and I said it all month. I said, I know that Michigan's a better team in the trenches, but that didn't even necessarily play itself out. But where I was confident, 2 places I was confident for TCU, in space, both their defensive backs, TCU secondary, holding up against Michigan's receivers. I thought that was a good matchup. And I also thought that TCU would give Michigan all sorts of issues with their speed and space, maybe the fastest team in college football. And then the other was that Michigan has not faced a quarterback with the mobility and the toughness and everything that Max Duggan brings to the table.
Michigan ain't played nobody. Right. But yeah, it's,
I don't know about that, but
but yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. I mean, as a TCU fan going into the game, the big thing that all of us were talking about was Michigan is so overlooking us. They think they're going to walk into this game and just show up and walk over us, because you saw all of the interviews about they don't know what Big Ten football is all about. We're going to cram it down their throats. Their linebacker didn't even know what conference we played in. So as TCU fans, we've seen this story before. We've seen it in the Rose Bowl actually before. We're a Big Ten team coming in thinking, oh, little old TCU, they have no business being on the same field as us. We're just going to cram it down their throats and overpower them. Guess what?
Oh, we lost your audio, Clint, for some reason. Clint, for some reason, we just lost your audio. Hey, Clint, you still there?
Yeah, are you there?
Yeah.
Sorry, I have people blowing up my phone trying to talk about the game. But yeah, we've seen this narrative before at TCU, right? And I had an uncomfortable amount of confidence going into this game because of the attitude that I picked up from a lot of Michigan players during media access.
I said it to the audience near the end of the game, not to focus this attention on me because this is all about TCU. But for myself, I'm going to learn to go with the gut check prediction on football games, because this has been reiterated to me a number of times. I felt confident that TCU would be able to do it in the manner that they did. Clint, we appreciate you being here. Are you back with us? Hey, Clint, you still with us?
Yeah, sorry. Like I said,
no worries. No worries at all. So I'm guessing that everybody that surrounded you in that bar in Corpus Christi understands that a man was crying in the middle of a football game for good reason. We may have lost Clint. We do need to get going because we're preparing for the other live stream. So everybody that's with us right now, hey, Clint, we need to take off right now. We appreciate you being here. We want to make sure that everybody catches your work. What is the best way to find your channel?
Yeah, so it's just under my name, Clint Foster, on YouTube. Mostly, like you said, Big 12 theme sketches. I do a lot of TCU stuff. So if you search TCU fans, you're sure to find me. But yeah, thanks so much for having me on, Mark. And go Frogs, man. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, Clint. I appreciate it. Thanks for stopping by.
Have a happy new year.
Congratulations. Happy New Year to you.
Thank you.
So, folks, what we're doing here is we are going to shut down this stream. We're going to start up the other stream. So keep it right here at the Voice of College Football. We're going to start up the other stream because we got to leave the Michigan channel to our guys, Des and Dre. They've got Michigan postgame right here at the Voice of College Football on the Michigan channel. So if you want Michigan postgame, you can find that right here at the Voice of College Football on the Michigan channel. And then we're striking up a new stream for the Ohio State-Georgia game. All right, folks? So again, if you want Michigan postgame, it's at the Voice of College Football here on the Michigan channel with Des and Dre. And then we've got Ohio State-Georgia watch party starting up right now. See you in a minute.